Good morning. Good morning, everyone. I'm going to be working on some messages that I've been needing to send uh, for a while now. So I'm just going to be typing for at least 20 minutes and then we'll move on to working. Oh, yeah. Delicious. Good morning, Era. Drinking your coffee? Indeed, indeed. Also responding to some messages. So I'm going to be on full screen for like 10 minutes and then I'll be working. I just got to make sure I put the time in today to respond to people. I've been real bad about Discord messages. Da, 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 da. Outfit. Interesting. Yeah. All right. Yeah. And for anyone just joining, I'm just doing some Discord messages and then we will be moving on to work. I have to spend the beginning and end of each stream just doing a little bit of messaging. Otherwise it gets too much. And I forget. And I forget. All right. Also, let me know how the microphone sounds. Since I figured out the cause of the crash, I did reinstall the RTX voice. Um, so it should sound a little bit better. Um, Perfect. Hopefully, this means you'd be a tad louder. I think so, and it shouldn't cut out anymore. I was listening to recording myself, and it shouldn't pop in and out at all anymore. Hey, a follow. Thank you, Bolt VRC. Welcome to the stream. Usually I'm working on avatars at this point, but I'm doing a little bit of Discord messaging. Thank you for coming by. Redeem water. I'll drink some water, and then I'll drink some coffee. But welcome, welcome. We'll be getting back to the avatars in just a moment. Excuse me. Ba ba ba. There we go. Bold Versi was referred to come by, but one of your commissioners, Dopus 5 commissions your mega talent. Oh, thank you, Bold. That's so kind of you to say. Oh, well, I appreciate that. And definitely, if you're interested, I will send some of my info your way. Um, so here's my website. It's kind of my general um, place to direct people. It links to my portfolio and my commission form, but feel free to ask any questions here as well. But that's definitely a good place to just get some general info. But yeah, I thank you for coming by. And I'm glad you were able to meet one of my clients. Based on the name Bolt, I do want to guess that it's Zoom that you spoke to. You need to set up your Nightbot, abuse those commands. That is true. That is true. Maybe I'll do that right now. We'll set that up after I get this messaging done. Dun, dun, dun. Okay, that's good. And then we'll send in. Send. Perfect. All right. Okay. Done with that. You had some cleanup to do on an Avi this AM, right? I wanted to make the thumbnail for Pepper, and then after that, we'll just be going right into Era. Hello, Gran. Welcome. Pepper turned out super smooth. Thank you. Yeah, I think almost literally there's a smooth quality to pepper that I was surprised by. Anyone just joining, I'm just sending some messages on Discord, and then we'll get into the work. I just have to do it. All right. Whew. Another one down. I should just put on like music at this point since I'm just sitting here. I need like a kawaii cam. There we go. I'm doing a relation of physics, and I think it isn't normal. The K, the rigidity of a spring, is like 1,000 newtons. Hmm. But that's like just a general thing, right? That'd be a really, really strong spring, like a spring in your car. Okay. All right. Almost through. Almost through. Okay. Perfect. Cozy. Oh, Era. That is such a kind thing to say. How did I? This was a few days ago. Oh, that is exactly why I do this. Thank you. That's super, super kind. Kawaii Camp. Oh, just read my message. I did. That's so. That makes me feel so good. Well, thank you, Era. I am behind. Communication is one of the things I struggle with. So that I sent that while mostly sober on what Friday? Yes, April 7th. But yeah, I have to say it's like my main goal getting into is it normal that my phone doesn't want to install Duolingo? Well, if you're in Italy, they just passed some weird. They don't really like English being spoken in in Italy. But yeah, like I have to say, like for for doing this kind of work, like I always wanted to make avatars that people really resonated with and like just embody people and what they embody their what they want. And yes, I promised mostly so Duolingo is mean. I can't promise I was mostly sober. Well, Era's me, and I am Era, so I appreciate the attention to detail. Absolutely. That's what I love to do. What did I miss? Did you finish the avatar of that wolf? I did. I did finish that. I finished the wolf. We just finished a fox too. We finished a robot. So we're making some quick progress at the moment. All right. I missed a lot. That's okay. That's okay. I'm moving quick. All right, one final thing, and then we are getting to work. And I can show you all the avatars I made. Gran. Oh, that's so weird. Now every time PayPal wants me to use a code, a login code. I can't do relations of physics. I hate them, and I will take another 5 or 3. I don't know. Well, I hope you don't get too low a score. You just gotta look. You should ask Chat GPT or do some. Just look up some resources with GPT-4. Apparently, you can send images to it, something like that. There we go. In Italy, now it doesn't work anymore. It doesn't reflect the contract of privacy. Interesting. There we go. All right, that should be the last thing for now. All right. All right. All right. We are done with Discord, and Kawaii Cam is over. It's over. And now we're getting to work. Okay. We're going to do a very quick setup of Pepper, get that image done. Then we're going to be modeling Era. Pepper. Well, I wish you well on your physics homework. I wish I had liked physics more. Doing video games and this kind of work, you end up realizing how much all subjects kind of touch on upon each other. Like there's so many things that just if you have some understanding of them can really empower you. Physics is fun. I'm particularly interested in particle physics. Oh, very cool. Yeah, I been watching some channels on that. And it's interesting to see some of the more recent progress in it. And I was really blown away with like the distinction between a particle and a field, like how like particles only exist because we measure things, and other if we didn't measure it, it would remain a field, like a field of potential spaces that particle could be in, like it's just like vibrating in place. Anyway, nuts. The world is weird. Simulation? Question mark. The electron thing. Exactly. All right. And then the hair. Where you can only know the spin, direction, or location, but not all three. Otherwise, an electron is technically in all space around an atom. Exactly. Yeah, I that blows my mind. It's like because it's so not intuitive. It's very much just not a intuitive way you would think about the world. Yeah, quantum physics is something like I would love to know and just don't because it's hard. I mean, particle wave duality of light is neat and fascinating. It really is. It really is. I do hope that one day we could do some faster than light stuff. It'd be nice to go see other planets. In fact, you can make slight particle interact with itself. Light particles interact with itself. Huh, interesting. I know of entanglement, but that's kind of about it. Excuse me. Sorry to sniffle. Smoothness. All right, there we go. Pepper is now pepped. All right, we're gonna get her into her um, just her robe outfit. Yes, you can produce a single light particle and set it down a line of mirrors where it go one way or the other, and it will go both ways and interfere with itself in a double slit experiment. Ah, gotcha. I see what you mean. Oh, that's interesting. So it's like a variation on the double slit experiment, but now you're actually sending it two different ways. Interesting. That's fascinating. Yeah, it's like a fields are just a potential. They're like they could potentially do this or that. But anyway, that's probably not the physics that Grant's doing. I think he sounds it's more like springs and bouncing things and stuff. Excuse me. I'm gonna go blow my nose real quick. Be right back. All right, I'm back. Nose blown. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to go into selection mode and select the body, the eyes, and the robes. Invert that selection. Make sure we're selecting faces. Invert that selection. Go to vertex group. We'll say mask. Assign it. Let's delete this UV group. Color attribute. I don't need it. And let's actually go ahead and invert that selection. We want it the other way. There we go. Cute. Let's actually also include the props. And what we want to remove are some of the body, pieces of the body. Let's switch this to a UV editor. Yeah, I was reading this thing about. Sorry to sneeze. I was reading this thing about how they're creating these sensors now, where they, at the start of the sensor, they entangle two particles, two beams of light, and then they capture one. So they entangle, they capture one, and then the other one goes through some sort of medium, like a body or whatever, just some sort of object space. And the entangled one, they can register all the different changes and stuff on that captured one, while the other one flies through this object. And they're basically able to reconstruct the path of the one that flew through the medium. So the potential application for this is like shooting light through a body, basically much better MRIs. Like you could do this entanglement, pass that particle through the body, and map out what's going on in the body, which I'm super excited by. I think any sort of science that helps that would be good. Same as a Zoom professor, ATP at the moment. Hey there, no prim. I know. I just love science. I just love it so much. It's gonna be super interesting to see how science accelerates with all AI, all the AI stuff. We've talked about that before, but certainly it's gonna hit its stride soon. I mean, just the there we go. She's beautiful. Just the AlphaFold stuff, where they got an AI to conceive of all possible proteins, like all possible proteins. Nuts. Okay, let's go ahead and start the branding image for the thumbnail. Delete that. Also, hope you're having a good start to your. What is today? Say Tuesday? Yeah, we're already on Tuesday. Hope you're having a good start to your Tuesday. No preem. And everyone else. Anyone that I haven't said good morning to. She's so small. Okay, so let's move this up so we get the screencast in there. Oh, I have to do object, a library override make. And we're going to slap on here. Slap chop. We've got the staff. We've got the bone. The bone should be in the bag. Whop. Something like that. And then we just want to add a bone constraint, child of, rig, backpack. Perfect. And then we'll do this to this one. That. Same kind of deal. Child of, rig, spine 2. And this one I won't parent just yet. Actually, it's going to be a little bit difficult too. Yeah, let's parent it to one of the hands. Rig, hand, that's the right hand, set inverse. Now we can go back to this one and move stuff around. Nice. Nice. All right, so I think we'll have her be kind of over here on this side. Oh, we also need to switch this to, I think it's 1420. Let's double check. $14.29. I'll have to rotate the bone. That's something like that. And then she should be like holding her hat down because it's like windy or something. Or should she be perhaps casting a spell of some sort? Waving? Looks like a good pose. Oh, yeah. Spell casting. Wow. Porque no dos. Waving and casting. Casting's definitely a fun thing to do. Holding her hat while she holds her staff forward. Powerful spell. Oh. Oops. I'm just going to lower the hat a little ways. It's going to rest a little bit better on the head. And we'll kind of rotate her forward, up, down, up, something like that. So just a bit more of an action pose. Next time, what I should do while I'm making all the expressions and stuff is I should turn them into poses too. I wonder if I could do that just automatically. That would be so handy. Hello, Arctic. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Good morning. Happy Tuesday. Hope you're having a good one. Let's go ahead and add a bone constraint, child of rig, and hat. That way we can adjust the head and stuff, and it should automatically update. I think that looks pretty good. Yeah, that's very charming. Oh, oh, these ones. Just gotta be at that angle. Otherwise, doing well. Currently figuring out how to do expressions with combo hand gestures in Unity. Oh, very cool. I'm like a toddler with one of those shape tubs when doing stuff, but get the same amount of glee from figuring stuff out like a toddler. Finally, putting the box in the square hole. Well, I will have to show you something that stumped me a while back with doing the combos. Um, Hopefully, it will help because it made me want to cry. There we go. I think that looks pretty good. Maybe just a little bit lower, more action posed. It's always fun to learn, and with 3D, there's no chance accidentally drinking the glue like in our younger years. Now I purposefully do it. No accident about it. Now I use it for my eyes. It's good for the bones. Found the class glue eater. It's delicious. It's more of a taste the different color marker pens kind of kid. Now he's for my eyes. It's good for the bones. Keep those bones closed. I love those markers. You can use them to draw stuff. Multi-use. Oh, exactly. Marker knife fights were more of my thing. I remember at my school, they had these boxes, like plastic boxes, and people would, you get the markers and you kind of fill in this little indent with color, and then you pour glue into it, and you could make a bookmark. And so it's like a colored glue strip that's like kind of floppy, and that's kind of cool. I always think back on that. The ingenuity of children. This looks fun. I like that. What do y'all think? Maybe a little bit more turn in the foot. Power stance. Walker knife fights. Yeah, I like this a lot. I think this looks quite good. Why is that moving the hand? Why, oh, why? All right, then we'll move the camera. All right, I think that looks good. Let's go ahead and light it. So we'll take the sky. We'll add a sky texture. I'm going to go over to the shading tab, select the world, switch this to this one. But most importantly, we're going to add an environment texture, open this folder. What do we do night or sunrise? Let's see what that looks like. And we'll remove this one for right now. And let's add ambient occlusion, blooms, screen space reflections, the good stuff. Perfect. Go back to layout. We'll add some lighting. Let's make the film transparent. Make a point light, or no, make a area light. Like this. Make sure context shadows are on. Boom. And then what? She's casting a spell, right? Something blue? Bluish? Sort of blue spell? A little strong. And we'll say that you are a ellipse. So we get a nice rounded reflection, which looks quite cute. Look at those. Look at them big old eyes. And we'll also add a subdivision surface. Them big old eyes. Maybe a little bit stronger, 200. Depends on the spec, since mages come in 3 flavors: blue, purple, red. Oh, gotcha. For the color of their spells. We'll just assume blue for now. This is our rim light. Blue is a cool color. I'll see myself. Get out of here. How dare you? Not allowed. Into the pun corner. I like that. Yeah, that feels good. Let's make it even stronger. That looks really good. A little too strong. Tail, perhaps. Rim lighting! It's the best kind of lighting. Makes me feel does look good though. Dang. Very, very you know what this reminds me of? Is that Time Cat. What was he called? Blink? Something like that. Alright, that looks a little much, but it's very cool. I think the bloom's probably a little too strong. Alright, that looks really good though. Alright, let's render. Let's go here. Say pepper thumb render underscore accept. Make it a one frame animation and say render animation. Boom. Aw, look at that. She looks great. All right, save. Photoshop time. Never got how Blender uses watts for lights. Meeting time. Good luck. Enjoy your meeting. Yeah, I don't personally know what like good light values are. I just guess. Your light source was 4,000 watts. I think that makes sense for like a photo shoot, but I frankly do not know. It's like big ass stadium lights. Yeah, I would think so. Something ginormous. Let's look up some wow. kind of stuff. Let's say Warcraft or uh, fantasy, fat fantasy. Nice. Final Fantasy. That's a little too specific. Fantasy machine. Um, dark fantasy. How about dark? Oh, that's actually really cool font. I'm just gonna get it because I like it. Oh, this looks like World of Warcraft a little bit darker. Let's see, what does World of Warcraft font look like? Linecraft. Perfect. Lifecraft. This is I like this one. I like this one a lot. Okay, but that'd be good. Now we'll go back to Photoshop and we'll say pepper. Switch it to Linecraft or Lifecraft. Sounds good. Hope you get some good news. A unit of radiant flux. I have no idea. That sounds like Back to the Future. Flux machine. Flux pass. Yes, you're right. My brother corrected me. See you soon. Inner glow. Do something like that. Oh goodness. Pepper. I just checked, but I smooth brain, so I'll just enter the strength of 1,000 suns for every little candlelight I need in my scene. I mean, it's all about that final image. It's all about that final image. That looks good. Yeah, if it works, right? Absolutely. Lights make something so much better. I can have fun with a single default cube and a sphere around it in a skybox. Just play around with lights and volume. I've been I've been considering doing like a world challenge where you can only do cubes and or like primitive shapes and lights, and that's it. And like just for myself, but it would be fun to include people in a challenge like that. I think like it'd be really good to just start thinking of things in terms of like what can you do when you only have like a little bit, and trying to make something really compelling from that. Excuse me. All right, what should we add to this? Pepper. Let's look up some World of Warcraft stuff. Okay, they got this blue background, this interesting stuff here. Are Valpyra Alliance characters? I would assume they are, but I honestly have no idea. Perhaps a world slash a background. I hate to bring it up, but you could ask Skylab's AI. Oh, very true, very true. But the only problem with Skylabs is it's not 3D, so something more like exploratory where you could walk around it and stuff. Yeah, that's fine. Pepper. Make this a bit brighter so it pops a little bit more. And then I'll make a folder and drag the effects onto that folder, drop it in there. So that way we can add text. Owned by Sticks. Might have to get rid of the inner glow. That. Just add it one at a time. Inner glow. And inner glow. And then for this one, what's some other... I like to use something a little bit more legible for the smaller text. I do think one of the simple ways to make like good design is just to contrast fonts. But I'll have to try that Skylabs thing out for sure. That'd be fun to do. It'd be fun to make like a some sort of mystery experience, or I mean, just to be able to quickly create backgrounds in and of itself is very powerful. Do I not get the effects? Oh, there we go. Okay. Might be a little too hard to read on the one. Howdy, howdy. Welcome, Pixel. Hello. Mind if I link you an example of mine here? Not at all. Yeah, go right ahead. It's a skybox vid with a whip model I'm working on. You got your whip. You got your whip. Yes, I'm totally down for that. I would love to see, honestly. Honestly. All right, that looks pretty good. We just need like some shadowing on for where the character is, for where Pepper is, and I think we're good to go. Yeah. YouTube? Oh, very cool. Oh yeah, I remember you showing me this or a similar character. I think they had more tentacles on the back of their head. Well, the background is interesting. Very much like a mountainous fantasy background. It's my reiteration. Round two. Ding, ding, ding. All right, that's it for the background image. It's a bit blurry due to motion blur. That's fine. You get an impression of it. Oh, oh, that's the wrong folder. Pepper thumbnail. Save. All right, let's get this in there, get this uploaded. And oh yeah, and I can show Arctic that thing I was talking about with the motion controllers, animators. Oh, but still, I think that kind of stuff. Um, I just saw some AI paper where they can do it creates a 3D model as you fly through like a diffusion space. So it's kind of layering the images together with depth maps and combining them in interesting ways. So you can and I could just totally see that being incredibly useful for role playing and stuff. I'm sure it's currently quite computationally expensive. Plus, you could be generating really huge models, mesh wise. But yeah, I within a year we're going to have some interesting ability to explore AI spaces. Finally home, Pixie. Welcome home, Pixie. Also, hello. Hope you're having a good Tuesday. I think I sent you all you wanted. Yes. Yes, indeed. I'm looking over it. I'll probably follow up during lunch for an exact quote. Because we're going to get into doing some Unity stuff. Where is that? Yes. Boom. Mark unread. So we can come back to that. All right. Now we're just waiting on Unity. Unity. These claws. Also, let me know. I did switch up my mic, so I'm using a different filter now. Hopefully, it sounds a little bit better because I think it was cutting out over the last few days. It's cutting out a tiny bit. Interesting. Well, that is good to know. That'd have to be just my mic at this point. And volume, gain. Interesting. Volume was a bit low, but it's better now. It's cutting out a bit though. Hmm. All right. Well, I might have to take a look at that. It's a little hard for me to test. I need to get some headphones to properly test that out. Just the hole in the bottom. That's to mount it. Gotcha. Turn up the gain a little bit. I don't know. I shouldn't have any filters on it anymore, so it's not that. No filters. Another random question: what is the world in Blender actually? Um, so just like Unity, if you're referring to this like background here, are we inside a sphere? And if so, why does it stretch unlike a sphere? Um, so yes, technically it is a projection, but it's taking an image and projecting it. So just like a model, it has a UV map that it's doing. There's a few different types, but yeah, so you can in Blender you have an environment texture that you're using. So if I go back to the thumbnail one, go to shading. So this is the image. So this is called a, I think it's an equal rectangular or a latitude longitude mapping. Hey there, Jordan. Welcome. But it's basically a sphere. So this is the top of the sphere, and this is the bottom of the sphere. So just like most 3D models, you can literally think of a globe. So like, there's not a nice way to map a globe. In the shader instead of object, you can select world and set up a texture there. That's what I mean. Yes. So that's right here. So that's what I'm in. This right here. So this is the world shader. Um, and I have a if I set up my skybox there, I get weird warning. So you want to make sure that you're using this is not an image texture. You need to use a environment texture. Environment texture like that. And then it can give you some options there. Hey, thank you for that, Jordan. So yeah, you can't use an image texture. You need to use environment, and it does have different types of mapping. Um, but thank you for the bits. Also, I hope you're having a good start to your Tuesday. Um, but there's quite a few different ways to map to a world, to a some sort of projected object. Unity has like 6 different ways you can use it, and they're all a little different. Um, but I think for like video games, they're using very dense shaders because they layer a bunch of images in order to get the resolution required. Like it's not just one 4K image. It's like maybe 10 to 12 different images, some effects to create cloud movement. Might be that I didn't set it up as environment texture, um, but image. That would definitely mess it up because environment texture knows how to map it. Um, Image texture is not going to get the right things, give it the right stuff. And here I'm just using the generated, but I'm pretty sure I could cut this and it would use it the same way. A little bit different. Probably just the rotation. Pixel fix. IMO, the number one reason games lag nowadays because the game creators go use volumetric everything because it looks cool. Screw the frames. Ah. It's a kind of an arms race. Um, I was reading something interesting how like the advent of AI probably wouldn't be possible without video games because they've pushed graphics cards so far. But we are reaching this point. I don't know if any of you saw the latest uh, path tracing update that NVIDIA came out with for Cyberpunk. Um, it's really computationally intense, but it's simpler. It's not simpler in the sense that you're not using all these different stacks of all these different effects. It's just one system and it works. And it's using path tracing like Cycles that uses path tracing. The Cyber ray tracing update looks amazing and it's super simple. Exactly. But it will lag your 4090 easily. They're saying like on a 40 RTX 4090 you can expect to get like 18 frames a second. So it's uh for now it's just going to crush. But the next generation will probably handle it pretty easily of graphics cards and stuff. Bam. Do you only do anthropomorphic modeling? I did a robot recently. I did this little robot guy. Um, we just finished him earlier this week. Uh, most of my commissions are for anthro characters, but we made this robot. He's fun. I tend to juggle like 1 to 2 avatars, um, sometimes 3, but three's a little much. But 3 gets a little nuts. Did my human man IDK if that's really anthro or not? No, that's human. Um, I guess technically all humans are anthropomorphic, but that's just kind of like a given. Yeah, here's Pixel's character. He's got this really cool like torn effect on his arm. He came out really well. I should probably put his shirt back on. There we go. But he came out really well. Still really love the coloring on this. All right, but let's go back to Pepper real quick. I noticed the other day he didn't really have nipples. I had a good laugh about it. It's funny because it's like one of those things that you usually want to double check with the clients. Like, should they, or should they not have nipples? Um, Nips. Give them the nips. Give them the nips. All right, 1 second. We're gonna upload an avatar. We just finished Pepper here as well. All right. Perfect. Okay, so we're good to the end of that. What is next then? We have Era, which we're working on right now. So that's our dragon cat. We're going to be UV unwrapping him today, getting all this mapping proper, and then probably starting to texture him. Then after that, we have AP, and we'll be starting some textures on, or some changes for Frank. Pepper turned out so great. I love the eyelashes for some reason. Like I mentioned before, really nice and crisp. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, I like to bevel. Dragon! I like to bevel the eyes. Give them a nice little cut. You can see the bevel in here. Usually doesn't affect the blend shapes at all. But I find that it bugs me when eyes are jagged because you look at them so often. Okay. Need to close this. Close. Oh yeah. Let me send this over to the client. Send a little thumbnail. Boom. Man, my click and drag just does not want to work sometimes. Okay, Discord closed. On to Era. Oh, wait, before we do that, Arctic, if you are there, I can show you the problem I encountered with animators and expression animators specifically. So there's just one thing right here. It's this. Afroman's music videos are too funny for they screwed themselves. I saw some headlines about that. Um, pretty wild stuff. Good on him though. There's no way they win that lawsuit. But yeah, let me go ahead. If you are not there, Arctic, I will screenshot this and send this to you. Oh, I spent maybe 2 hours on the other day perfecting the narrowing eyes effect on one of my models. Hello, Millions. Welcome, welcome. The lawsuit is ridiculous. The perfect judgmental squint. Squint. Mm. Well, good. So you're also an avatar creator, Millions? Smirk. Where are you? Do I not have you here? Guess not. Hello, Albin. Welcome. Allegedly. Hey, well, it takes time to make the perfect scent. It's worth doing. And we're about to do something very similar. We're going to be starting our UV unwrapping for our boy here. Era. Thankfully, we do already have quite a bit of it unwrapped because I use a base model sometimes. Arm is pretty much ready to go. Look at this beautiful hand. Took me so long to perfect how to do hands. It's still a little messed up, but or there's still some imperfections. 2 hands. Naked. Dargan. Indeed. The boy Nakey. He's naked. Also, I really we did this yesterday. I'm really proud of this. Oh no. It used to be exactly 69,000 triangles, but I think we optimized already. Aren't the fingers a bit high poly though? So your only concern when it comes to high poly is making sure that your total triangles are under 70,000. So it's not a matter of individual pieces, but the sum total that is the concern. So with the model, actually, I want to stay in the layout here. Fingers and feet are hard. They are. I usually start from one of my base models because in 3D work you can save stuff, and that's been nice. So made a nice hand once, utilizing it a lot. Boom. Millions. I'm looking forward to the VR Unity update in the upcoming weeks. No more blend shape woes. Oh, that'll fix the blend shapes. That I did not know. That's really cool. Fingers IMO are important in VR modeling. For VR, you'll need some more tries. Like face, eyes, things that you want to be a little bit more detailed. Take a little bit more. Do people see their own hands in VR chat? Yes, they do. So you can look down, see your body. Pretty much the only thing you don't see is the stuff covering your face. Finger fetishist, lol. Give them to me. But I did not know, millions, that it fixes that. A closed beta is starting soon. Ooh, that is very exciting. Um, for those of you that may not know, VR chat is upgrading. It's getting an upgrade. We're moving to the new version of Unity, or a newer version of Unity, and it's quite exciting to me. Because then we get to use the shader editor, all this fun stuff we should have had. Hands are a big thing in VR chat. It's actually one of the things you see most often. Another guy told me to get into avatar making too, but I have no headset. What headset do you use, Sam? Smell my finger. We got the. I use the Quest 2, and if you're getting into VR for the first time, I really can't recommend anything but the Quest 2 because it's less than half the price of any other competitor. For the most part, there's some exceptions out there, Pico, things like that. But Quest 2 is really the biggest bang for your buck when it comes to price because you can hook it up to your computer. But the first thing you need to make sure is that you have a computer that is VR capable. But you can always go into VR chat on desktop as well. You do not need a VR headset to enjoy VR chat. Man, I'm trying to select this. B shift. There we go. Does it have a phone inside? Quest 2, it is Android. So yes. Recently upgraded to Quest 2, and I cannot agree with Sam more, to be honest. Q2 is a master upgrade from what I was using, and it's actually half the price the headset I originally bought all those years ago. Yeah, it's a very good deal. Some HTC Vives for $150. Would those suffice if I were to make and sell avatars, or would you still recommend the Quest? If you could get another headset for cheaper, I would do that. Uh, I would just spend some time making sure you do have all the equipment you need because for the Vive, you need, yeah, just like Pixel's saying there, you need base stations. Um, so if you know what you need and you are able to get that stuff, then yeah, that's a great deal. But you just got to be sure you understand what's required. But do you need to buy a phone to put inside it? No, no. So it's yeah, it's completely it's completely standalone. Definitely. A Quest 3 is going to come out next year, something like that. And apparently that's half the size of this, which is really hard for me to imagine, but it's half the size of the Quest 2. So it should be even more comfortable, which I'm very excited about. I would love to be able to work inside of VR chat while doing this stuff. And of course, having comfortable headsets is the most important part to making that happen. Yeah, I have no idea how they're going to pull that off. Yeah, I think it's mostly the screens. They're switching over to like different types of screens, micro OLEDs. But I don't really know a lot about it. Um, I have an old GTX 760, so I'm guessing I need to upgrade that too. I've never planned on playing any VR games though, just to test the models I'd make for people. Oh, okay, heck yeah. Um, well, again, you can always just upload and play on desktop. So that would be a good place to start with VR chat. I think it's going to come with the down of not having built-in sounds or microphone capabilities of half the size. I saw, I think it does have a sound port. I think. Yeah, so you have to you're right. So you can plug in headphones or you can buy another head strap that has speakers on it. Uh Pretty sure. Just got a Samsung. Nice. Most people play on PC VRC, so there is that to consider. And most people will be playing on their phone soon. But don't people want to you to test the models in VR? There's certainly things that you would not be able to test in just desktop, but generally it's using the same skeleton. It's kind of all the same stuff underneath the hood. So um, as long as it works in desktop, it's likely to work in VR. But there are exceptions, and a lot of the times it's like making sure the hips are set up properly is the main concern. Um, but again, it's all the same skeleton underneath the hood, underneath the skin. Underneath the skin. Yeah, absolutely. I would certainly create recommend anyone start creating stuff in VR chat if you're interested in this kind of thing, because it's just a fun way to go and experience the work you make. You get to bring people along and show it off to them. Um, I think that's neat. Nice phone, yes. GoGo Loco allows you to test a lot of movements otherwise inaccessible. Oh, interesting. Yeah, there's like the laydown. There's a few little prefabs you can do. But also Unity itself has a little FBX test where you can move the model around and do poses that give you a good idea of the range of movement for the model. It's not perfect though, but it's useful. All right, ear done. Gogo Loco is very good. I've heard good things about it. I had some trouble getting the flying stuff set up for it. Been using Novel AI image generating. It's very fun. Yeah, oh heck yeah. I've used that before. I haven't been using it regularly, but it's very cool. And the story generation and stuff. It's gonna be a wild future. Can generate the true waifu. My one true waifu. Um, how will you test it if the physics are working without VR? And would you like to miss out on testing the physics in VR? That is a good question. Certainly, there are some downsides, but it's just possible. It, why isn't it possible? It's just not. Physics, movies. I love physics. The power of booba. I do love me some VR chat physics, hair physics, and I hate physics. Blowing hair. Get the tassels. Get the tassels working properly. Well, there is that. There is that. Certainly, there's a lot of people are getting into a lot of different kinds of mischief in VR. It's good to see. I guess fabric in general is tough. Most fabric just like doesn't work like fabric, like real fabric. We kind of fake it. Really, you don't have a choice. You kind of have to fake it. Um, this is interesting. a weird unwrap here. That meeting was hell. You made it though. You made it. Sam, when I told him one that picks new outfits to have a lot of wiggly physics bits. Where though? Well, welcome back, Era. We're working on your face right now. Fool me, Mistro. Art is the ultimate lie. That's true. Same with skin. It doesn't have the stretch that happens IRL when you move. Um, yeah, I think in order to get like true physics working all the time, we would need some pretty decent advancements in software, not just hardware, in software, because it'd have to be kind of a new paradigm, um, or you just run everything on the cloud, which is also an option. It's a little pursed lips here. ProcGen texturing all the way in real time. Well, fingers crossed. How did you stretch out the UVs like that? So I like to scale them. So you make a selection. Let me turn on screencast. There we go. So you can see my keys. So you hit scale, and then I can constrain it to the Y axis. So that's the vertical axis, or the X axis. And then you just hit 0. So for example, SY 0. Bam. Got to simulate a higher resolution to get better and better VR. The big screen VR is looking quite promising. Anyone going to get that? How'd you learn your UV mapping techniques? I've got most of the process down, but UV mapping is still witchcraft as far as I'm concerned. So I think for me, what it comes down to is first just looking at what other people are doing. And second is the problems I like to alleviate are the seams on the edge. So you can see that here's the seam right here. But the only way to make the lines meet up perfectly like this is to straighten them. So if we look at the arm, having a straight edge and they line up uh, vertically. So it doesn't have to line up in the middle, just has to line up on these edge points. And so that really uh, made me aware. So just for me, just kind of keeping in mind what is the best way for me to paint this kind of object. And almost always with UV maps, it seems to me, it turns into making sure your edges are very straight and lined up. Um, so I kind of end up making everything into a square or rectangle. um, but I do have a tool, this UV toolkit tool, which helps me straighten things out. So like horn, it's just a one-click operation to straighten it out. And again, I like it straightening it out because then on the seam, it all lines up all the way up to the very tippy toppy. Is that new? They don't behave like that in 2.7. So this is the behavior you're seeing of them changing. Can't wait to get my brain uploaded to the cloud. Me too. I will be Neo. Brain connection. That's kind of like demolition and brain to sex stuff. um, it's not too far off. But for the movement you're seeing here, that is live unwrap right here. So if you go to UV live unwrap, that is allows it to automatically update. So basically, it's just doing the unwrap feature constantly. So I can pin this and move it around. Everything kind of wiggles into place. And I tend to hop back and forth between it because you want it sometimes, you don't want it other times. And once you have everything in place, definitely recommend turning it off because it may update, try to update itself when you don't want it to. The more rectangles, the better. It makes my life way easier to add. When I go to add, remove things such to the t-shirt and such. Exactly. I do find that There's that program Vroid. No, yeah, Vroid hub. And if you look at their UV maps, they're kind of what I shoot for. Um, so I'm going to turn off Fluff Unwrap really quick. And I'm going to project this from view. And then we're going to pin this bottom edge. Grab the top. Lower it. All right. Then we can select everything. Bam. And we're just going to kind of hope that we can put this in the right spot. It always gets. Oh, dang. All right, I'm going to undo that. I'm going to back up because I don't want this section pinned. I want the interior pinned. This one. This is what I want. Is a tool available on 2.93? I believe so. I believe so. I'm in 3.4 right now. Um, but I think it's been around for a while. It's just not widely used. Because it can kind of betray you sometimes. So just you just want to be aware when you lock something into place, make sure to pin it so that it stays where you want it to. Otherwise, betrayal. Betrayal. I think I want to pin this higher point. Yes. Boom. And then we'll select the full face. Take our little chunk here. And this is my secret for getting things to fit properly. And I'll probably do this with the eyeball in a second. For now, we want it to get it relatively lined up. Something like this. And then we'll turn Live Unwrap back on. Voila. Now it's kind of a nice fit. Not perfect, but better. So far, I've stayed with the last version that's cats, and everything breaks with the later versions. um, I do like cats. I haven't used it much, um, and certainly just depends on what features you're going to use. And my my chat knows this, and I say this a lot, but I love Rig Pro. it's a it's a very awesome add-on called, and it makes really nice rigs for me for free, for basically for free, like Eximo rigging. It doesn't feel like it's updated as much as it used to these days. He said the thing. I did the thing. Commercial break, everyone. um, but yeah, I think it's great. So if you are ever looking for a different solution for rigging your avatars, heartily recommend AutoRig Pro. Um, oops, I am just gonna post a link in chat. I really should try to get an affiliate link from them because I talk about them all the time. Anyway, I'm just gonna pay it here in chat. Is it better than Rigify? Yes. Rigify is free. This one has direct exports. It has direct setup. It will set up your exports for Unity automatically. So it has all these really nice built-in features. But I won't talk about it too much. Definitely recommend just check out the documentation because otherwise, I fear that I will uh, be talking about it a little too much. Pretty much every day I mention this program. I really love it. Everything I know Sam does because he talks about it a lot. Make UV Auto Rig Pro facial rig. Exactly. Exactly. I love it. love it so much. Okay, so we're going to try to get these set up. Looks a bit like Adobe Mix Mode. Exactly. But sets up control rigs for you. I'm not going to talk about it too much. Sorry, everyone. But it is worth it. I definitely recommend just checking it out and looking at their features. Hey, what's up, Beerus? Welcome, welcome. I'm going to be in color soon. Yay. Right now you are rainbow. This looks awkward right here. I don't like that. It's going to take some manual work to get that looking nice. But it's better already. Extrude the gayness. I am always rainbow. I was about to say rainbow is normal. My power grows. Okay, let's cut out the eyelash. No, we'll cut that out in a second. For now, I will take this section and we're going to turn off live unwrap again. You project view. Take this section here, pin it, select the whole thing, shrink it, shrink it, bam. Then turn on live unwrap, get it in position. I just like having a bit of the character of the eye, so it's not as random. Well, I was about to say, I can't get that live unwrap to work. You just pin some vertexes and scale the remaining ones, right? So it requires at least 2 pins. Let's see. There's a section I don't have pinned yet. Probably the leg. Yeah, so if I just pin this one, then everything's going to stick to that pin. But if I pin something on the other side, then it will start behaving or adjusting itself. It's a lot easier to think of them like very literal pins. Like you have. So you pull the pins. Yeah, you move the pinned points around. So if I have these 2 pins, you want to grab the pinned one, and I'm just moving only the pinned vertice there. And it's adjusting everything. Um, all right. So the back of the head is ridiculous. We're going to get that set up. And see if we can kind of scale this a little bit. This is getting funky in here. Okay, so this spot is this right here, which means we also want this little section to be over here as well. Boom. Bring out the funk. I see, thank you. I was just scaling the UV with S. Gotcha, gotcha. Yeah, so it's mostly just you kind of, yeah, you're like tacking pieces and then pulling the tacks out in order to stretch out that chunk of skin. Chunk of skin. It's a little. I mean, the other word for this for other UV mapping is skinning, and it's very appropriate. Well, all right, now we got that nice pattern running along the whole thing. You'll probably constrain these ones as well. Don't skin me. My scales would not be good for armor. Let's scale this inwards. Get that stretching taken care of. Actually, before we do that, this one. This is the ear right here. Right here. Just kind of get that lined up a little bit. Oops, I keep forgetting to do that. Grab the point, move the cursor. SY0. Bam. Okay, there we go. Whew. Then we take this as X, kind of scale it in. A little bit more resolution in there. I'll skin you like I did my cousin's cat. Random Skyrim NPC. So insults Era. You seem to be taking like a champ. Sam, we're going to work on Era's face today. The back of his head looks weird. Threaten you with torture pins and constraints. I'm used to it. He's our new to us dragons. Too late. Already crafting some black hide armor. Dragon steak, anyone? Put you in the corner, Beerus. Also, I am not food. It shall never happen. And I am poisonous. All right, there we go. This is looking quite good. I think we just want to adjust this so there's less of this hole, and then we're good to go. So now this is the manual part of this process where we're literally going to go in and just straighten out these vertices. Kind of just want them to be parallel or perpendicular to the edge. That's what I found works quite well. Right here. I'll put the cursor, 0.6, take this section, shrink it in a ways. All right, and these ones we can just move manually. All right. I am often cannot be contained. Your corner. Put you in a lamp, you'll stay there. This is fine. Lamps are good. Are you a genie? Oh, right. No, you're a moth. You're a genie moth. All right, look at that. Much straighter there. Just kind of pulling that in, making sure it all lines up nicely. You dare incur the fury of moth. Speaking of lamps, I just learned yesterday about a funny British insult: soggy lampshade. I like that. So you call someone a soggy lampshade? Well, I guess weird. That was kind of a weird question on my part. How? Of course, you call someone. What's not an insult unless you're calling someone something, right? Us British like to make shit up, and it's always a good insult. Are you a British moth? Well, well, to welcome to this Texan stream. I'm actually not Texan, but I live in Texas. All right, that looks awesome. Look how cleanly it attaches. Nice. We'll have to clean up the lips though. These are getting awkward here. A lot of overlap. We don't want that, but we'll do that last. There's this NPC in Fallout 4 that screams, "Back to England with you." He sounds constipated, so whenever someone mentions England, I just think of him. Oh, that's fitting. It's Fallout 4 because that's in Boston, right? Yeah, that's funny. So the reason I'm mainly doing this adjusting on the nose is if they come in at such a sharp angle, the odds of having a bad seam are much higher. So just straighten them out. Just relaxing the UV map. Look at that. Much better. Much better. Excuse me. All right. So, what do we do now? Let's do the rest of the body. That's pretty much done. Leg time. Leg time. Let's turn off the mirror mod and take a look. At least my skin doesn't have many crazy color schemes. And the hard parts, I have flats for you. It's true. That should speed it up. Speed it right along. It does now. It also has a bunch of letters and numbers on it at the moment. Just so I know where everything is. We'll take this and that. Undo this part. It is. It is. Indeed. Tis I. All right. So this should now unwrap a little bit better. Okay. So, feet. Actually, curated VTuber model. BRB, a short meeting to go over the last meeting. Makes sense of that garbage pile. Meet on the meeting. Feet? Indeed. We're making the footsies. You get to see my secret technique for mapping legs and stuff. So what we're going to do is we're going to start by selecting the foot. And we're going to project it from the top, project from view. Bam. That way we have this nice shape here. Let's turn off live unwrap. Sure, my roommates can hear this and take the feet stuff out of context. Good. Feet, toes, feet and toes, boats and hose. Them some good tootsies. Okay, that last one goes too far around, but we want the selection there. And we want it to go a little hard to judge. Or, as long as some of the beats are connected, that's what we want. That. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that means then it goes up vertically. What does vertical mean in this context? Is it this way? 1, 2. I'm just going to pin that. All right, so now we have pinned the beans. And why did we pin the beans? That's a good question. Camel toes. They do look a little bit like camels. Camel feet. And now we're going to select just the bottom. We'll take this and we'll flip it negatively. We'll scale it on the x-axis. Then select all the foot again. And we got this half the foot. And we got that half the foot. Just bottom. Just the tip. Then we want to... We've already pinned these interior ones. This one we want to be unpinned here. Pin. And these are also pinned. Okay, perfect. So everything lines up horizontally now. And then we can turn on live unwrap again. Move it. Realize it's busted. Undo that. Figure out what went wrong. It's also when like Americans losing 20 pounds British losing 20 pounds. Hmm. Would unpin this one. There we go. Okay. So now we can select the whole leg. Voila, we have perfect toes. Yes. Perfect toes. Ooh, toesies. And we can just kind of move these out. Get some more resolution in there. As long as we keep them only moving them on the x-axis, they will maintain their alignment with the other side of the foot. So now you can see the whole reason we did that is, look at that. Lines up. It lines up on them seams. Now, what we can do, we just want to get some space on the inside. Move that over. Like that. That. I should have been moving these as well. That's okay. There we go. Nice spacing. And we can do the same here. All right, look at that. Beautiful. Glorious. I could improve these a bit by making sure that this is flat instead of having it curved. And then we get very circular rings around the edges, and then we can do the same here. Yeah, I might do that. All right. So I'm going to take the bottoms of each foot. We're going to lower them a little ways. Then on each side, I'm going to point 2SX0, straighten them out, and then we'll put our cursor here. And we'll do this one at a time, but we can do both toes at the same time. Boom. 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 And lastly, boom. All right. Why do that? Because now we can see It's actually making rings. Bum, bum, bum. And we can use our fancy UV tools to distribute the points here. I should just select them all. Distribute. That makes it a little bit more even. Even Stevens. Boom. 0.2. Scale them on the x-axis. Well, the screenshots for AutoRig Pro is 2.7. Maybe it works there too. I believe so. I think there's multiple versions. All right. So now, that was a lot of work, but we got some really nice unwrapped Tootsies. And we're going to do one last thing. We're actually going to switch up this seam right here. We're going to clear this seam. And we're going to do a cut. Yes, yes, yes. We're going to cut right here. And then move the seam there. So we can straighten out both sides very nicely. All right, next step, we're going to move our cursor right here. We're going to take the whole outside edge and start lining it up. Boom. Actually, I think the easiest way will be to hit the top first. Pin the top first. Kind of get it in position. Just so it doesn't do these really odd stretches as we adjust. Pin this. Pin, rotate, flatten, stretch down. Boom. Boom. All right. Just kind of stretching that out a little. I got the $40. $40 one. Yeah. What I would say is if you are starting out, Rigify is a good option to just I would make sure you've done the process with VRChat avatars a few times before jumping in AutoRig Pro. If you've made character rigs, it is good, but you should have at least some familiarity with the overall process just to get the most out of it. A lot of there's some technical aspects to it that if you're just starting out, if you haven't even made an avatar yet, may be a little confusing. You could do it for sure, but I did a VRChat avatar back in 2018, but I really half-assed it. Oh, gotcha. Okay. As long as you have some familiarity with vertex groups, things like that, you'll just need to refer back to the AutoRig Pro documentation on how to do certain things, add custom bones, things like that. I should do a tutorial on it as well, just to really remove the mystery. Remove the mystery. All right, this looks real strange right now. You know what would have been easier is just for me to just do the upper leg normally before attaching it to this. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to take this whole section right here. And then invert that. We'll just do this part first. It's going to be a little bit simpler. I mainly work with the source engine, so I'm used to working with character rigs, but the source stuff requires you to use valves rigs, so no custom bones. Gotcha. Okay. All right. As long as you have some familiarity. I wasn't sure of your experience level. Boom. Straighten it out nicely. Look at that. Beautiful. Gorgeous. Appreciate the advice and heads up, though. Absolutely. Absolutely. I definitely just don't want to thrust you into some deep water without some warning. Okay, perfect. So look at that. Now we've got the top part unwrapped nicely, and we can go ahead and just make that line up with the rest of it. So all we got to do there, take this section, well, what? How'd that get there? Put the cursor right there, please. What the heck? Bada boom. Okay, perfect. Now we have created a very nice unwrap. Some things need to be tweaked, but overall, looking very good. Very clean. Got to get the toes fixed and then this little hiccup here. And that is just a matter of making sure these points line up. So we'll do 0.8, SY0, and we just kind of scale match them. Perfect. These ones here. Give it a little bit more resolution. All right. Still awkward right here. And that's because something about one of these sections needing to go out. I believe what happens if we unpin this actually. You map time. Welcome, Gothic Panda. Hello, hello. How is your day going? We're unwrapping a foot right now. Howdy, I have internet so far. Yay! So that's something to be happy about. Also amused that my net died immediately after I complained that I've been doing that. They know. FBI's got their finger on the button. Gotta be nicer to your man behind the screen there. The man in your microphone. All right, there we go. No overlap anymore. Lastly, this here. These little sections here. Pin. They don't really behave very nicely. They're supposed to be like a circle. So we're just going to try to make that manually. And like this. Meetings, clean up, understand the last meetings became too complex and I just left it. You're saying a lot of words and I don't like it. Time for sleep. Thanks for the advice. I'll look into mapping more now that I have UV toolkit. Sounds good, millions. Thank you for coming by. I'll definitely have to check out your work as well. Give you a little follow there and check you out. But I wish you well with your avatars, and you're always welcome to come on by again. Have a great day. Bye. Dee, dee, dee. Well, thank you. Same to you. Bye. Hey. Thank you for the follow as well. Thank you so much. I'm following you back. I have to check out your work sometime. Da, 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 da. I just said, just tell me what to do when you figure out what I'm supposed to do and left. I'll probably get talked to later, but I'm gonna go do actual work now instead of talking about work. And then we have to do this. Then we should do this. But instead, I will talk about what we could do. What I want to do is get some work done. Hello, Overlord. Welcome, welcome. We're working on some VR chat avatars this morning. How's your day going? This is our dude right here, a dragon boy. Well, half of him. the other half. Yeah, getting some work done. Hope you're having a good Tuesday. We're going to take these ones and we'll just pin them and straighten them. Easy. Easy. And this one, though, is a little bit more difficult. We'll just take this part, pin it, and straighten it. But it's not going to work quite well because it comes to a point rather than a grid. Oh, another follow. Thank you, Overlord. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Again, hope you're having a good start to your day. Let me know if you have any questions or anything. We're just kind of in a work mode at the moment. UV unwrapping this beast. All right, so we're gonna hit the. Oh. Of course, baby. I think the landscapers are outside and the lawnmower backfired and my cat just burst through the door and ran under my bed. That's so funny. I feel bad for her though. Need to vent. Poor cat. Oh no, that's totally fine. Poor baby. Okay, so now we've got the body unwrapped. Now let's do the tail. Go ahead and mesh that. The extra, extra long tail. Oops. The most important part, indeed. Slap that mirror on there. And it does come out to a grid. Perfect. I've realized that working with any cylindrical object, I would rather have it end in a grid shape than a point. Because points do not wrap well. But grids do, because we could just do this. Pin, straighten, bada boom. Now it's unwrapped. Big Dale. Big Dale. Big Dale. There we go. All right, so most likely what we'll be doing is we'll have it included on one wrap, one unwrap, and then we'll do a second UV map to get additional details. All right, but we'll come back to that. For now, I'm going to turn off the body. And we're going to focus on applying the subdivision right here. And we'll get the wings unwrapped. Wings are always very interesting to unwrap. They are odd. Actually, let's undo that. And I want to double check it before we apply the subdiv. To which one's the middle? I want the middle. Here's the middle. Okay. The membrane is different. For which one? Or I'm not quite sure what you mean. Looks like we need to clean this up just a little. Color-wise, gotcha. want this face. We're going to shrink that. Or, yeah, just shrink it. 0.2, shrink. Well, in order to give it the kind of padding we want it to have a little bit of overlap. But maybe we can. Or we want it to have that width. But maybe we don't need the overlap. We'll switch to normals. 0.2. Yeah, move it on the X. Better. Okay. So this is the first seam we'll mark. Boom. There we go. Bada boom. Here is our spider. Spider sounds. All right. First thing to do, take this segment, pin it, and straighten it. Which will also include these segments. Nice. The spider. Spider wings permanently. Here's spider wings. They can spin from a web. No, they can't. They're wings. Spider Pig song from the Simpsons movie line lived in my head, rent free. Ah, I see. Snap. Okay, so we need to go here and make sure that this is removed. That may explain the odd scaling that we're seeing. Yeah, now they're a little bit more even, except this guy. They're all roughly the same length. It is so funny how exactly it looks like a spider. I think what we'll do is we'll take these middle segments, increase our selection, pin them, and strip them. No, that won't work because they touch. So we want these. Let's back up a little bit more. All right, Control plus. Get these ones. Pin and straighten. All right, one at a time. All right. Now we can kind of arrange them a little bit easier. Oops. This would not straighten as well. Pin, straighten. There we go. Whew. Let's just make them roughly the same size. That's close enough. Okay. Probably could have straightened out this section. Oh well. Now, point 8. We're going to take each of these segments, line them up. Boom. Boom. Add time. Oh, sorry. What is the extension you're using to help move the UVs around? So are you talking about the automatic adjustment here? Things are automatically moving? Sorry to miss your message there. I tend to get kind of absorbed when I'm doing UV stuff. Hopefully it wasn't too long. Okay, gotcha. So for the straightening section, I'm using this add-on called UV Toolkit, and it has a straighten option right here. That being said, scale things. So all I'm doing here to line these portions up is I'm using scaling. So just like you can scale something in 3D space, I'm selecting them, hitting S to scale, X for the X axis in the UV space, and then 0. So flattening all those points to 0. Yeah, I can show you here too. So S for scale, X for the X axis, and then, sorry, that was Y, X0, SX0, SX0. Boom. It's awesome. I use it every time, or very, very frequently when I'm in UV maps. Just helps get everything in the right spot. All right. I think I'm just learning that I'm going to need get a lot more comfortable with keyboard shortcuts for Blender. Yes, I think of it like a video game. It is very much like muscle memory and kind of moving things around. Um, you know, it's not that it necessarily should be that. It's just that it's kind of how Blender turned out. Excuse me. Sorry to yawn. Hey there, Pixel. Looks like my link cable doesn't seem to be charging. Uh-oh. I when I had it connected to my PC, it did not charge as fast as when I had it connected to the wall, if I remember correctly. Let's straighten these out. We'll take the ends. Point 8, pin SX0. Well, your ports on a PC may be voltage limited to prevent USB ports from getting fried or overdried on your PC. IRC USB ports on PCs can't usually push as much power output as a power adapter from wall can. However, some ports might have the ability to push more power than others. Mine's got a red port specifically for that. Interesting. I feel when I have a stupid USB power management limits on limiters on. Gotcha. Well, at least you know. At least you know. Like I look forward to the day VR is like mainstream, but there's certainly a lot of things that are just like there's a lot of problems you encounter with VR that you would never encounter trying to get a game, just a normal game setup or your console setup or whatever. 1, 2, 3, 4. Good luck with that the third meeting. Poor guy. The meetings never end for him. Bro, man's having a meeting every 3 minutes. Yeah. He's usually in and out most of the day. It's rough. Nice. All right. Straighten things out. Starting to look cohesive. UVs sort of look like a face hugger. Oh, absolutely. It's kind of fun. It's funny how monstrous certain steps are in this process. Like, you gotta skin him, and then it turns into its own little monster. Boom, boom, boom. Point eight. All right. We're kicking butt, y'all. We're kicking butt. Getting everything all set up. Boom. Feels good. Look how clean that looks. Delicious. Okay. Now we just like to line these sections up. I think from here to here and straighten it. Mm-hmm. Does anyone ever listen to the Magnus archives? Man, I love those. So good. Hey, just finished slapping together my first hand gesture controller. It's not 100% how I want it, but for a first try, I'm pretty happy with it. Let's take a look. Bam. Ooh, wow. That's very, very detailed. Can't quite see them, but that looks very good. Get your idle, all the different ones. Very cool. Very, very cool. Just need to try it in game to see how it works. You can always try it in play mode as well. Um, in play mode, and then there are the emulators. You may have already been using them, but just in case. I'll leave them like that. That looks really good. That looks really good. Look how it just comes straight up to the thumb. Yeah, I've got the gesture manager. It's available through VCC, which is handy. Perfect, perfect. I think the emulator is as well. Well, if you're using the gesture, then you must be using the emulator too. Okay. I think. I don't know if they're tied together. Not 100% accurate. Interesting. That's exciting. Good job on putting that together. Animators can certainly be one of the more difficult parts of a VR chat character because it's just its own little logic system, and sometimes it hates you. I got to dodge the meeting. Apartment folks came by to install things. Yay! So you're working at the house right now, then, or you just have to head out there? Ah, darn. This little spot here makes it a little bit difficult to automatically unwrap. Or map, I should say. Or they're going to make me attend while I worked. Almost escaped. Almost. There we go. Now the nails are unwrapped. For the nails, I'll probably put them on their own little map. We do have the thumb as well, which we'll do the same thing with. Boom, 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 boom. There we go. So there's the spider. There's the spider. Actually, let's just, because we can, let's just clean this up real quick. All right, that's about it. Just take a look at it. Ensure they work well. I did that all with the subdivision on. I just got to make sure we set the subdivision. Mad Lad's making every polygon a square. He's going for it. Gotta make sure we got this. Keep corners, junctions concave. So in your subdivision modifiers, you do have settings for how it UV maps. Very useful to take a look if your UVs aren't working properly. But we actually are just going to go ahead and apply the subdivision. Yeah, it's okay. That's okay. It rounds the caps, but I can live with that. All right. Make everything UV average. All right, wings done. We go ahead and drop those into the body. And we just have a few more garments, but I'm going to go to the restroom really quick. I will be right back, y'all. was flipping off my brother and he didn't even notice. What the heck? Oh, hello. I'm back. I made it back from the bathroom in one piece. Okay. So, we have how many polygons right now? Got that many? Got that many. Okay. Do 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 do. Ba 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 da. So we're gonna mesh this so we can delete half of it. Delete that. Mirror it. And we'll go ahead and dissolve these edges. Dissolve these edges. And expect this to be a point. Dissolve that. And yeah, we're looking good. That looks very nice. I'm just going to indent this so we get a little bit of a edge. And then unwrap. Bada boom. So we get this big thing there. We don't want that. We want to cut it up. He didn't even notice. He didn't notice. He's so rude. I'm going to go beat him up. It's the only solution. Physical violence.
Mom says she left England. She's going to Israel, so I had a lot of
Okay.
fun.
Perfect. Hang on 1 second, y'all. All right, I'm back, y'all. Just had to plan out the day with my brother. My brother. My brother. I could separate all this, or I could keep it as one. We'll just keep it as one for now. Make it simple. Or did I already cut it up? Can't tell. Okay, we'll take these segments here, pin and straighten. This one, want to pin this one, straighten it, and then pin this one, and straighten it. And maybe you guessed it, we'll pin this one too, and straighten it. Wait, 2 PSM0. He's pinning things! How could he pin? How she snap? Where the meme is. Oh, Lux. I miss stuff, but things have gotten crazy over here. Well, no worries. I was away for a little bit, talking to my brother, but hopefully it's not too crazy. Manageable insanity. Bada boom. Bada boom. Awesome. What's up with this one here? What's up with that one? What is this? Well, easy solution. Q, mark seam, L, U, U. Pin, straighten. Why doesn't it do that? It does not like something about this. There are extra vertices somewhere. Gotcha. There we go. All right, everything's looking good. Save. Now we're going to average island scale. Switching PCs. I need to make a belt buckle. I actually need to make a few belt buckles. What the? Oh, duh. Okay. I thought there was no back to it. Da-na-na-na. All right. The cape. Whew, this one's going to be a challenge. I'm just kidding. Da-da-da. All I want to do is add a seam right here. So we can take this section, pin it, and straighten it. Actually, if we just did the same here, aside from the middle, that doesn't work because it's trying to straighten out the edge and this is curved. Okay. Okay. So we want to error. So installers for the new fiber lines came in my apartment while I was in the meeting. There's been an argument, cursing. Someone got injured, so I just clocked out and hid in my bedroom. Oh, weird. That's super odd. Get the gun. Today has been a day. That's awkward to be like you're like just in your own house. Like, what the fuck is happening? That's funny. Have they left? Uh oh. Well, you can just chill here on stream. Wait till they're gone. They're trying to do an electro line. Oh wow. Or dodge. So someone gets shocked. Uh-oh. Don't touch that one. All right, let's unpin this one right here so we can let it curve. And then this, try to straighten out. Boom. And boom. And should be decently straightened out. Yeah, that looks pretty good. It's stretching there. So maybe this section need to kind of squish a little bit. The thing you missed is rectangles, and us amusing ourselves with how much BS your day has been so far. Indeed. Oops. This one will be interesting. As it stands, I am done for the day. Lol. Well, good. Be done. Begin relaxing as soon as these fools are out of your house. Actually, I'm gonna do this the other way. We're gonna take this, pin them, boom, and this one. All right. Now, one at a time, we straighten everything. Bum, 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 bum. In a way, this is actually kind of comical. I had 4 electricians in my house updating my wiring, 2 fiber installs. There's way more stress and work than the 4 electricians did. Maybe they just didn't have the team they needed, you know? Actually, these ones here are the straps, so I'm going to take these. I do 0.2 PSX0. 0.2. Well, straighten those out completely. I should have done the same with these ones down here. Mm-mm-mm. So those will be much easier to paint once they're straightened out. In fact, we'll do. Some of these also connect over here. Perfect. Later. Brother's heading out again. Bada boom. All right. So now we straightened out the straps. Looking good. We can continue on matching these up horizontally. Actually, we need to make sure we're on 0.8. Go. Just gonna unpin this really quick and pin it again. Bam. Once again, UV resin is a point where I kind of just gave up. It's understandable. It's a lot, and it can be very mind-numbing too. It's also just kind of like just staring at it. If you have decent topology, it isn't bad. Oops. That. Boom. Pin. I actually don't want to move these ones though. I didn't lol. Gothic Panda. I'm also the kind of person who just uses the auto unwrap. I think that's totally valid. I think you know, just depends on what you're going for. I just love squares. I just love them so much. All right, that looks pretty good. You can never get the pants to line up perfectly. The front of the pants never seems to work exactly as I want. If I think auto UVs are fine, if you're texturing by hand, but if you want to use something like Substance Painter, good UVs are good. Otherwise, the generators break. Generators pumping. Yeah, the baking, I think is pretty necessary to make the most of what you need, and then yeah, the generators for like the masks and stuff really rely on they could just blend. They blur and blend too far most of the time, uh, unless your UVs are really straightened. Yeah, someone was asking me earlier like how I learned to make the UVs this way, and yeah, making them for Substance Painter is probably the main reason I do them the way I do. Why is it changing so much? Should be a little bit slower than that. There we go. I guess 69K is gone now. Unfortunately, we are not on exactly 69K anymore. I could add loop cuts till we are. Right now we're at 65, so we've moved things down. We'll probably get it back actually because I need to make belt buckles. So that'll be kind of the final step. We need the 69 420. I'll do what I can. Room for other things then. Yes, yes, indeed. Just a pain to make patterns for, but it's less work than just unwrapping the model and redoing all my strict textures. Oh, absolutely. I think it's 3D modeling is one of those things. It's like whatever works. you know, it's literally like most of the time, no one's gonna know unless you tell them how you did it, the way you did it. Download VRChat, tried it, but everything lagged horribly and everyone talked at once. I guess I ought to turn on custom models. That would definitely help. I have to turn off some models. Um, and you can also do things like limit the distance that people start appearing at. Um, so there's some workarounds. Avoid public worlds. It's fun sometimes. I think if you're just looking for goofy randomness. But certainly, I do get tired of seeing people in like really inappropriate things, and I don't mean like saucy. I mean like racist. It's just like I didn't need to see that, and I don't want to. You do got to be kind of quick with the ban. I have no idea how it works. I just went into a random door, ended up in a tiny apartment full of unoptimized models. Well, good thing you didn't order the VR headset first. VR chat has a surprising number of racists and children and racist children. It's the internet. It's condensed. Basically like if you made 4chan embodied. There's a lot of good things on the internet, and there's a lot of awful things on the internet. Just just a kind of grab bag of crap sometimes. Hey, I think I finished my controller by adding just a few more transitions. Take a look. Heck yeah. Interesting. So you're doing like combo expressions. Very cool. I like that. Kind of like nested expressions. Or so you can go into an expression and then go around that. That's interesting. When I booted it up, they had this disclaimer about doing stuff like that getting you banned. I guess no one forces it though. No, you can get banned for sure, but it's like Discord, right? It's like you have to have people around you report you, or um, there has to be some measure of active people making those bans happen. So if it's not happening, then it doesn't really happen. So um, moderators don't know this stuff is happening unless people report, as I understand it. But the thing with VR chat is you can have a moderator in a world and you would never know. Like technically, they can even go into private worlds. Yeah, but they kept going into the first expression instead of straight into the next one. So now they go smoothly between each other without stopping by the first. Yeah, that makes sense because otherwise they'd go back and go away to the exit. Um, yeah, a lot of times I use the any state uh, thing. Makes it a little bit easier sometimes. Not all the time, but sometimes. I just downloaded to get my hours to unlock the new upload model feature. Or they added a time minimum since I last played back 2018. Yes. Yes, there is a time minimum now. Which sometimes I forget to tell my clients that there's a time minimum. So yeah, it's like, oh, yeah, you need to like wait so I can put it into your account. Sorry. Tried that at the start, cause the animations to loop endlessly between states. Gotcha. Apologies. Apologies to yawn. Do you think it would? I logged in for over a year now. Wonder how that's going to work. Should be fine as long as you have trusted user or something. Do you think it would work to just stand around my home world and have the game run in the background? I would just join some random world and with like one person in it, and should be good. But don't do the home world. Just search a random world, very few people, and yeah, usually my clients sit in it and leave it on. I don't think so. I mean, people sleep in VR chat, so I think you'll be fine. Doesn't get much more idle than literally laying on the floor sleeping. Yeah, whatever you can do in real life, people try to do in VR. To actually know about this, this is not. It has to not be in a world, and on PC you can AFK without it flagging you. AFK time doesn't count. Yeah, I think you just want to like shake your mouse every now and then, just so it's not making you super idle. All right, glasses unwrapped. What's next? I think we just need the eyeballs and the wings. Eyeballs. It's not actually watching for how much time you're in application for, although it kind of is systematic to walk in all your activity, make sure you're a real person. Damn, different things you do influence how quickly you get that unlocked. I've had some clients stay in overnight and seem to have gotten it. Doesn't take too long to get the avatar upload unlocked. Took me 108 hours of player time to world upload unlock. Yeah, the avatar is only like 24 hours or something. Don't really have the time to be playing games. Sitting idly won't advance that nearly as much. Um, yeah, I would just make sure you join a world with some people in it. But I do think as long as you just leave it on overnight, uh, or like jostle it throughout the day, you should be fine. Um, but I don't adding friends, dropping portals to public worlds if possible, and have people go through those portals are some of the things that will make the events as quickly as possible. Just world hop. This is what Panda made me do, and bolster a friends list. As far as I know, public worlds increase it faster, adding friends increase it faster, and being added as a friend. I have like 5 friends. There you go. That was quick. In VR chat or just like are you saying in VR chat or I'm maybe I confused what you were saying there. In VR chat, yeah. Okay, okay. 4 of them I added that back before the time limit thing though. It's fine. Just ranking the game is kind of a meter that slowly fills up over time. Some things fill it up faster, everything fills it up a bit. It's not really anything you can do that makes the meter faster. Super excited to work on the eye. Me too. That'll be very fun. Maybe we could pay some guy on Fiverr. Lol. Yeah, I'm the VR chat account guy. I just sit in your account, make sure you get that ranking. I'm sure you could. Just make sure to change your password afterwards. All right. Pretty much done. Last object here are the wings. There we go. He is unwrapped, but he is not mapped. Unwrapped, but not mapped. So I think we'll take lunch now, and when we come back, we're gonna map them. I only know one guy that plays it, but he's from New Zealand, so he plays it when it's like 4 in the morning here. Just walk around. I think it's pretty easy to interact with people and get added. Like a lot of times, I'm literally just standing in a place doing nothing, and people will add me. So it's more like people do it habitually. Explore some worlds, look around, and chat with some folks. Exactly. But you'll get it. You'll get it quick. All right, y'all. It is 12 my time exactly. So we are going to go ahead and end the first stream for today. For those of you that are new, I break my day into 2 streams, so I'll be back in about an hour for the afternoon one. But yeah, thank you, Era. I will enjoy my lunch. I'm going to go get some salad in my tum. But Beerus, I'll see you soon as well. Enjoy your British weather. I don't know why I said that. Arctic, you have a great break as well. Albin, enjoy your time. Thank you all for hanging out with me this morning. Gothic Panda 2, Val, Snardum, if you're out there. Who else came by? Nightbot came by. No. Overlord, thank you for the follow. Millions, also thank you for the follow. Today, I actually just passed 430 followers, which is cool. And Jordan, if you're out there. But yeah, thank you all for hanging out with me this morning. Again, I'll be back soon. Currently raining, so normal British weather. I'm a little jealous, to be honest. I wish it was raining. Yes, see you all very soon. And bye. Bye, y'all. Bye. Bye.